Good evening, madam. Good evening, madam.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm just waiting because till there are only 13 students. That's why we will, however, we will start in 2 minutes, right?
Excuse me, madam. I have a question.
Yes, Nishal, you can ask.
Now, if you write the note without order, just the earlier one, the lecture 1, 2, 3. So I have noted there as it was the first day. Then I wrote it somewhere. Then I know now it's actually difficult for me to take that those notes to the at the beginning of the page. So I have numbered there. Then today I think the lecture 4, educational guidance, right?
Today, lecture three and four. I'm going to cover three and four both. So I have shared it in the chat. Even I shared with the university, but I understood. I realized that they haven't shared with you because I shared
Yeah, we
actually in
didn't.
the. Did you
Yeah,
get?
we didn't. Yeah, we didn't get the actually. We have the first one and the second one.
Yes, yes, yes. Thing is, I also forgot to share in the morning, so I shared in the afternoon. So I saw that the coordinator has not seen my this PPTs, and then I realized that they haven't shared. Therefore, I shared the both PPTs here in
And
chat
also,
box.
yeah, that's one. And also, you don't want to. You don't want to wait for them until they share it because you can take a early step in order to share with our groups. That's the I think it and we had
I'm not in
better.
your group, no? I'm not in your group. That's the problem. I'm not in your group. So only thing I can do is like today actually after the lecture I will share all the documents with the university. Then they will share soon, right? So I'm not in your group, so I can only share with the university coordinator.
It's okay. Apart from that, mm,
Sorry?
there's one assigned person to add you in
Yeah.
this group. Now I think she will add you on this day. Then it will be very convenient for us to go through, right?
Ah,
So most probably
is
you will
it,
be added
is it
there,
a WhatsApp
right?
group? Is it a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, it's a WhatsApp group,
Hmm.
2025 batch, and the things are going on among the students group. So they are
Hmm.
the one who is
Okay.
assigned for that and who is in charge of that, then she can add you as well.
If someone add me, then I will share all the documents in the WhatsApp group. Whenever finish our lectures, I can leave the group. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to wait until they share.
Mm-mm. Okay.
It's okay, man.
Whatever convenient for
Yeah,
you, then you do it, right? So
yeah, it's
add
okay,
me,
man.
then I will do.
If I arrange the number without order, it's okay, no problem. However, we get the notes right. Do you want
Uh,
to learn in order?
am I in the group? Sorry,
No,
I
no.
received a message. I was reading that. What did you say, Nissan?
Yeah, actually, now if we take the notes without any order, just like lecture 1 or 2, it's okay, no problem. However, if you go through the
Oh,
notes,
yeah.
it's all right.
However, yeah. However, now I have shared first fourth one in my chat box, then the third one, right? So the number is there 1, 2, 3, 4. Today we are going to
Fourth
complete
one.
fourth one. Yeah, three
Yeah,
and
fourth
four
one. Yeah,
both because
yeah, okay.
we took 2 lectures, 2 days to cover first one. Then in third lecture we did third PPT approaches. For introduction, we took 2 days. Then approaches we did in third lecture. This is the fourth lecture. I'm going to cover vocational guidance and vocationalization. Separate 2 PPTs, but same topic, right? I'm going to cover that today, right? So I will tell you the plan actually. All right. Wait, I have a message again. Let me see. 2026 January group. I'm not there, students. That's the thing. If I'm there, then I can share in the WhatsApp group. But don't worry, if I share all the things soon, like today or tomorrow, then you can get from them earlier. So basically, we are going to cover now vocational guidance. Then I want to talk about disabilities, learning difficulties, and how to handle, how to counsel, how to support this type of children on the next session, right? On the next topic. So it will be like, although it's a one topic, I have made separated PPTs. So you will get like 3 PPTs for that: disabilities, difficulties, defects, and types of learning disabilities, and counseling for children with disabilities. That is the 3 things I want to discuss with you. That is actually just the idea is counseling for children with disabilities, right? So for that we have to know what are the learning disabilities, what are the learning difficulties, how to recognize them, how to test them, then how to support them, right? That's what I'm going to do next day in my 5th lecture, right? Then we have to do different types of test. There are 2 types, as I told you, in the process and components of guidance and counseling, right? We have to use tools to test differences, disabilities, and different personality issues, syndromes. For that, we use tools, test and non-test method. So I'm going to talk about that in 6th lecture, right? Under that, if we have time, we do like psychodiagnosis. It's not compulsory. It is also part of diagnosis, right? And also, if we go into deep ideas, deep informations, then we can talk about even common diagnostic classification systems. But even in your module, it's not mentioned that much. Therefore, we can skip that. Then we will talk about group counseling. What are the differences between group counseling and individual counseling? All right. Uh, and other than that, I want to talk about um counseling services in Sri Lanka, history of counseling services, how these counseling services evolved little by little in Sri Lanka, right? And career guidance services in Sri Lanka, right? So I think after vocationalization and vocational guidance, we do that part, right? I will number and give you, then you don't worry about the order of the PPTs. However, all the PPTs are like separately you can study, right? They are like separate topics. Although they are integrated, interrelated, they are separately you can study. Vocational guidance and vocationalization today. Next day we will do counseling services in Sri Lanka, and also vocational guidance services in career guidance services in Sri Lanka. Then like today is 4th, 5th, 6th day, we will talk about disabilities and difficulties and how to counsel those kind of children. I think I may have to take like 2 days for that disabilities and difficulties. Then the last day, we will talk about group counseling, plus how to diagnose. Like briefly, we will go through psychodiagnosis and test methods and non-test methods. However, I'm trying my best to cover most of the things that you should know under guidance and counseling, right? I will manage that, right? Okay, can we start now the lesson? Today, there are only less students I can see here. You know that 30th day was mentioned in your timetable, but now we are not doing on the 30th, right? 30th. Even Hajj festivals are there, therefore we can't do in this week another day. Again, 30th is Vesak festival, therefore we are not doing on the 30th, then we will do in next month, right? Other four lectures. Okay. I will share, right? I will share today. Vocational guidance, right? This is very important part in guidance and counseling, especially for teachers, because we are the people who give guidance for students for their future vocations. That's why it is more important. One other thing is, right, actually as teachers, without official qualification credentials for counseling, right? We can't give counseling for like crucial problems like mental health issues, even for children with difficulties and disabilities. We can do to some extent, but we have to do them, plan the educational plans under some professionals' guidance, right? Qualified counselors' guidance. But vocational guidance actually, when we are trained for vocational guidance, any teacher can do, right? In most of the schools, we can see that there is a counselor or guide. As the counselor or guide, there is a teacher, right, to give vocational guidance to children, right? So first of all, let's see what is a vocation. Vocation is, it's a career, right? It's a career. This word vocation was derived from the word vakea, which means calling for something, right? So that is the career job. So this vocational guidance is not a very ancient thing, but not that much modern thing, because even in 1908, this vocational guidance was founded. Vocational guidance was introduced by Frank Parson. Therefore, we call him father of vocational guidance, right? And he, Parson, opened the Vocational Bureau of Boston, right? Through that, his intention was to help people to learn for careers, right? Even he wrote a book called Choosing a Vocation. It was published in 1990 recently, right? Not much recently, but recently, right? So then what is vocational guidance means? It is a process of assisting an individual to choose an occupation. That is the major part. Assisting an individual to choose an occupation, right? It's like sometimes it's a doubtful thing, right? We get confused. We don't just think about students, right? People, right, in their childhood, in their educational, through their educational journey, they think about what to do, what should be best occupation for me, right? In this occasion, someone should give guidance. Someone should assist that person to choose the correct occupation. Not only choosing, even to prepare for that occupation and also to progress in it. After they recruited in an occupation, then anyone, any individual should maintain that progress, right? Professional development, right? Updating and work with others, all these things are progressing, right? So even according to National Vocational Guidance Association, I gave that idea. And here's another definition of vocational guidance: a facilitative process, service rendered to the individual to aid him in choosing and adjusting to an occupation. When we say choosing and adjusting, then all the things are covered, right? Choosing is like deciding what should I do. Adjusting means prepare for that before recruiting to a job, even adjusting after recruited to an occupation. Both things, right? Choosing and adjusting to an occupation. All right. Facilitating, if someone facilitating, if someone guiding, directing an individual to choose and adjust to an occupation, that is vocational guidance, right? You see, in vocational guidance, what should we do? First of all, we have to understand each and every individual, especially in childhood, even adults, right? They have kind of confusion about their career pathway, right? So through vocational guidance, we can remove that confusion, right? So as the confusion, we may think like, what am I really going to do? Can I really get there? After we decide to learn something for the career, then we think, can I really get there? Right? Am I sure of the route, the pathway? What are the risks in this occupation? Right? Where, when can I get this occupation? Where, when can I do this occupation? Right? Are my subjects chosen are appropriated with my future ambition? Right? Are there any other options? If I can't make that, are there any other options? It's like, as an example, now when children choose science stream, right? If they cannot, all of them cannot go to medical colleges, right? Then they have to think about other options, right? Even in their school time, A-level time, when they choose science streams, right? They have to think about that too, right? Because we know all the children cannot go to the medical faculty in Sri Lanka, only few opportunities. So through competitive examinations, few of them are will be selected, right? So then they have to think about other options. If they don't like other options, then they have to go for any other subject stream to find any other pathway that they like. Likewise, they have to think about all these things. They have to brainstorm, right? They have to discuss with someone. They have to study and know about these things, right? All these things. For that, they need a kind of guidance, that is vocational guidance, right? So then what are the purposes of vocational guidance? First thing, preparing students for successful future. That is the like major broader objective of vocational guidance. Students, we prepare them, we prepare the students for successful future, because all the things actually depend on the vocation, right? Whether we are happy, whether we are relaxing, whether we earn sufficient money, right? Whether we get leisure time, whether it is satisfying, successful, right? So all those things, whether it is aligned with our talents, aligned with our attitudes, all these things we have to think, right? So then all the things, all the future depend on the vocation actually, right? Therefore, through vocational guidance, we prepare students for successful future. Right? That is the main and like broader aim, broader objective of vocational guidance. Right? So, as purposes of vocational guidance, again, we can specifically tell some broken down objectives to help adapt the schools to the need of the students and the community. That is very important. Through vocational guidance, we have to think about the demand of the community, need of the students, right? So we got a blame from the society in Sri Lanka that through school education we don't prepare students for future jobs. When they come to job markets, they don't have necessary skills, right? So then we have to think about communities' demand, society's demand, what job market demand, right? So, and also the needs of the students, that is also important, right? What is their needs through this education, right? What do they expect from education? Uh, what are their ambitions as their vocations, right? So, vocational guidance help to adapt schools for these things based on the communities and students' needs, right? Adapting schools means, vocational guidance is not something like giving for individual, even for institutions, schools, academies who direct students for vocations, right? Like through vocational guidance, we can direct schools to select correct subject streams, include necessary subjects. Now, although 13 years reforms came, all the schools don't have all the subjects that included in 13 years guaranteed education reform. Therefore, students cannot find a school with the preferred subjects, right? So through vocational guidance, right, we have to find out that we have to find out whether schools have necessary subjects for children, right? So we can guide even schools, even managements and principals and teachers of schools, right? That is also a part of vocational guidance, adapting schools based on the needs of students and the community. And then the second one, to assist the students in choosing, preparing, and training for. Right? Now, there are some subjects in a school, even students need some help to choose the subjects. Right? After they choose the subjects, then they have to prepare for the future jobs. They have to develop skills, knowledge, and attitudes related to that particular job, and also have to get training, right? Entering and making progress in their chosen careers or occupation. After they choose some careers or occupation, then we have to help them, right? As vocational guidance, we have to help them to prepare and train for that, right? Make the progress in that chosen career or occupation, right? Then the third one, to disseminate knowledge of competitive and other problems of the business and occupational world as well as their characteristics. This point is very important in vocational guidance, right? It is not only we just help them to choose a subject, choose subject streams and prepare for the chosen future job. Not only that, right? It is not only related to knowledge, right? But there are lots of problems that we have to face in our vocations. For that, we have to prepare our children through vocational guidance. We have to do that too, right? Making them understand about the problems in their working places, the competition for vocations, right? And characteristics of this vocational world, right? How to make good interpersonal relationships, how to work with others, how to tolerate some things, how to overcome resiliently, right? Likewise, those qualities also they should know. So, through vocational guidance, we can help them to understand that scenarios, those kind of problems and challenges that they face, and make them understand to overcome them, right? That is also another purpose of vocational guidance. Then next one, to help workers understand their relationship with other workers. Here in this point also I told that, right? So that is also that is something very important, right? So that is the problem that we face in working places. Even in your schools, maybe you have lots of challenges, problems when you make relationships with other workers. If everyone is not professionally developed, if everyone is not have necessary attitude, social skills, not if they are not flexible, right? Like there are different kind of people in a society, even in a working place, right? So we have to understand. So through vocational guidance, we can help people to understand these things, how to make relationships, how to be in the workplace, right? It is an important thing. It is an important thing, right? And then the next one, to secure greater cooperation between the school and various commercial, industrial, and professional pursuits. To do all these things which I explained earlier, like helping them to choose subjects, right? Assist them to prepare for the vocation, right? Letting them to know about competitive job world, and also how to make relationships, uh, for all these things, right? We have to give them trainings, we have to find internship for them, right? So if we want to send them to industrial fields, then we need for these trainings, right? For these experiences, we need to have a cooperation between school and various industries, right? Maybe commercial, industrial, professional pursuits, right? Based on their future job expectations, right? Now, for B.Ed students, when they learn for future to become future teachers, then we have to make rapport, build rapport with schools, institutions, universities, because we have to send them for internships and right training periods, and even to get appointments we have to have kind of rapport building with related schools and institutions. For that, the students from educational faculties, likewise for marketing, for industries, when students do technical subjects, then we have to give them industrial trainings, to develop their skills. We have to find industries, right? Commercial places also, right? If they are in computer side, then jobs, industries, agencies related to that, right? Marketing purpose. Likewise, we have to keep cooperation, make connections with different agencies and professional bodies to help our children, right? That is also having this connection is also another objective of vocational guidance, right? And then to encourage the establishment of courses of study in educational institutions that will harmoniously combine both cultural and practical studies, right? So always we just think about theoretical things, right? But when it comes to vocational field, right, as vocational guidance, we have to have kind of plan to give them practical studies. Harmoniously combine both cultural and practical studies, right? So for that, we have to prepare our educational institutions, right? Not only from individual side, not only guidance for individuals, we have to give guidance for institutions and schools too, right? Right. Again, objectives means the purpose, same thing, right? So we will quickly go through this. When it comes to vocational guidance as objectives, we can take like specific objective, like so here these objectives are a bit broader, right? This is the broadest objective. It is the aim of vocational guidance. Then some broad objectives are here. Then here there are some specific objectives, right? So short-term objectives. Now, when we have children in the classrooms, how can we give this vocational guidance as teachers, right? So first thing, we have to give them knowledge, right, regarding the occupation, related to the occupation, that future career pathway, related to the future career pathway, we give the knowledge, right? And also letting them to discover their own potentials through vocational guidance, right? We collect data, we ask questions from children, we give them forms to fill, through surveys, we identify, especially as teachers, you usually in the classroom you can discover their potentials, right? When you identify their potentials, their talents, then you can direct them for the suitable careers, right? And also through vocational guidance, I told you that in the beginning, right? Guidance and counseling is not forcefully doing something for an individual, right? We help them, assist them, support them, advise them to make the decision. Here also, even in vocational guidance, right? Choice of occupation is individual's choice, right? For that, they have to think critically, right? If they critically think, then they can choose the correct one. So this critically thinking, right? We, through vocational guidance, we develop this critical thinking abilities for children, right? And also again to evaluate his or her own capabilities and interest, own potentials. We discussed capabilities are also potentials, they are abilities. Evaluate their abilities, capabilities, then only they understand, realize what they can do as a job, right? Whether their capabilities are aligned with their job that they selected to do in the future. And also, not only that, interest is very important. If someone ignore this interest or desire of a child when they choose their career, they will be definitely unhappy in their future. So if you can remember, we said that we are preparing students for successful future. Here successful means not only just earning money, not only just having social status, even they have to have kind of happiness, right? To get this happiness, they have to do something they like, right? That's why we have to evaluate their interest and desires. Based on this interest, right, we have to support them to choose their job, right? If they are not interested in kind of job, if we forcefully tell them to choose it and prepare for that, in their future they will not be happy, right? So that's why most of the people get stressed in their jobs, right? So as parents, as teachers, you should not do that, right? Most of the parents do that thinking of social status and all, right? Forcefully, they are asked to do some subject streams, but when you know this child psychology, when you know guidance and counseling, right? You should not do that. When you give vocational guidance, you should think about child's interest too, right? Just think a child is very good in mathematics, but he doesn't like to do a job with machines, do a job as a with buildings as an engineer. Therefore, you should not force that child to do the subject stream related to engineering or that mechanical side, although he is good in maths. Maybe he's interested in some aesthetic subjects and wants to become a artist. So commonly we always see that problem in the community, that parents are forcing their children, right? Sometimes even by teachers also
Excuse,
happens. Yes,
excuse me.
yes,
Now,
yeah.
now there are many students. They
Hmm.
get A passes in science, B passes
Hmm.
in maths. But these students are interested in doing maths, so we should allow them to do maths, not because
Yeah,
of the
that's,
results, but because
yeah.
of their interest.
Yes, yes, of course, of course. That means like sometimes there are some policies, some restrictions, rules, and regulations that we don't concern about students' interest. So we have to allow as principals. Sometimes even as principals, managers, administrators, you may take wrong decisions about children. So when you know about these things, you can make the correct decision. If there are like obstacles due to some policies, then also again we have to like push that, right? We have to make some effort to change those policies, right? As educators, that is our responsibility, thinking about students desires and interests while guiding them for future careers, right? So, yeah, evaluating their capabilities and interests, not only capabilities, exactly right. What you said was exactly right. Not only the capabilities, also the interest we have to think, right? Although that child is capable and get good pass to science, if the child interested in some other thing, maths, which get B pass for that, right? We have to allow the child to do the most preferred one, right? Yeah. And also helps to develop a positive attitude toward the occupation. That is also important. After they selected something, then they have to develop their positive attitude toward that, right? If they always think negatively about the job, always they like find negative things and uh, then also again, although or if the child gets negative points from the community or peers or teachers or someone about the job, that will be not a good thing. They will not be happy in the future with that job, not satisfied with that job. So we have to help them to develop a positive attitude after they select some kind of job pathway, right? That is also part of vocational guidance. Right, now let's see functions of vocational guidance. How do we do all these things? How do we achieve all these objectives through vocational guidance? Right. First of all, we have to discover information about them. Right. So that that can be done in different ways, right? Even we can let them to discover themselves through their own information. Even we can collect information and help them to understand them about themselves, right? So information may be like about their interest, about their abilities, right? About their backgrounds, about their ambitions, collect all together, right? Collecting information all together, they and we can get some idea about their future job, right? So first function is discovering information there, right? Then providing information regarding the dynamic nature of the modern world. That is also important, right? So this world is so rapidly changing. Always there is a dynamic nature, right? These things we should uh, give to the children, give to the students as information, right? To understand the world, to understand the new technologies, new trends, right? And new about new generations. We have to provide information. Now AI came, artificial intelligence is there, then we have to give some information about that, like uh, due to this AI, what will be happen within future 10, 20 years, right? What will be change in job markets, right? Then how can we replace jobs with some other different jobs, right? Some jobs will be like vanish forever, right? Some new jobs will be again occur, right? So we have to understand these things, and we have to make the children also understand about these new trends, new changes, new technologies in modern world. And also another function is, one function is providing information, discovering information, like separately we can take as two functions. Then providing frame of reference and orientation to an occupation, that is we do through vocational guidance, providing a frame of reference, right? Like I told you, as in vocational guidance, we have to keep build rapport, keep connection with industries and different occupational places, right? So this is the reason, this is the function related with that, right? Providing references, we refer some places, we refer, now for our BA students, we refer schools for their teaching practice, right? Then we do orientations, giving guidelines, giving making them understand about the culture of work place, internship place. Likewise, we provide kind of references, right? That is also another function of vocational guidance. And promoting self-understanding. So we talked about these desires and interests of the child, right? So through self-understanding, they can realize their own interests, capabilities, and desires by themselves, right? So we can promote self-understanding. Also, we can develop educational and occupational plans based on their desires, their needs, their interests, and their capabilities. We have to differentiate educational plans, right? All the students in the same classroom are not same. Their potentials are different. Their levels are different, right? They have different needs, different interests, different talents, right? Even there are special needs children, like gifted children, children with some syndromes and some disabilities. They also need an educational plan for their occupations in the future. In developed countries, actually, they don't ignore any kind of child, even for special need children, disabled children, they make educational and occupational plans. They do lots of things, like even there are children, although children with Down syndrome, I have seen that there are teachers, aesthetic teachers, dance teachers. Even in Sri Lanka, there are one, two teachers, craft and art, handwork, they can do sewing. Likewise, whatever they can do, we have to plan based on that, right? So that is very important thing that we have to do, very important function that we can do through vocational guidance. Developing educational and occupational plans based on different students, different needs and potentials and desires, right? For that, first of all, we have to make them self-understand. Sometimes there are some children, for some children, we have to understand them, and we have to make the plan with their parents, right? Providing placement services, placements are internship or job opportunities, right? When they pass out from the universities or schools, if we find placements for them, right, they can train under those places. Sometimes they will be permanent, they will get permanent jobs from those places, right? So as vocational guidance, we have to plan, we have to prepare these placement services. Then the next function is providing follow-up services to help them. It is not only just uh, supporting them until they get the job, even after they recruited, then also we have to help them through vocational guidance, because they face lots of problems and right challenges after they recruited, especially in their um first 2 3 years in their probation period. They face lots of problems because they even don't have experiences. In that case, we have to give follow-up services for them as vocational guidance. And also another important vocational guidance function, train students for entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? Do you know what is entrepreneurship? Have you heard that word? It's very common nowadays. Entrepreneurship. Hmm? Anyone who know?
Uh, doing business for himself and become the,
Owner
especially
of.
the, madam, this is what the person who has skills and ability to create uh, innovative things in order to develop in the business, and some
Exactly. Mm.
by doing changes and become the business leader. So that's entrepreneur.
Yes. Yeah, that is the entrepreneurship. We call Vyavasayakatte, right? They develop, create their own businesses, own organizations, right? On plans for earning,
And
right?
especially, I can give one example, just like, now when we
Hmm.
think about the business of chicken, right?
Hmm.
So chicken needs feed, food.
Hmm.
So there are various kinds of names for the feed, especially
Hmm.
Prima and New Hope, like that. So there are some entrepreneurs, they themselves, what they do actually, they uh, take they take some food, feed, and
Hmm.
they mix something else to that one, importing from foreign countries. Then
Hmm.
they create their own feed for chicken. So in that
Ah.
case, they have their own feed for chickens, and they create and they produce the feed, and they pack the bags and they sell. So these types of
Hmm.
things are there in the business.
Ah, yeah. Real life example you gave. Oh, actually, yeah, entrepreneurship means that, as you told, like having their own businesses, own organizations with their using their creativity capability, even organization abilities, right? To become entrepreneurship, then they have to develop some kind of qualities, right? Having leadership, organization abilities, decision making, problem solving, resilience, right? Having creative ideas, right? So that means it is something that we have to train
Am I
in.
correct, madam? Actually, what I told is correct, or
Yes,
the
yes, yes. It's correct. It's totally correct. Totally correct. Developing something using his or her own capabilities and creative ideas, having some kind of organization, industry, or business, right? Ownership of business or organization, right? That is entrepreneurship, right? So you gave a correct example. There are like small scale entrepreneurships and large scale entrepreneurship. As you told, small scale, that, yeah, that is a good example for entrepreneurship. Yes. Right. For that, we have to train people, train individuals, right? Otherwise, we always used to become an employee under some boss, right? Under some organization. We are not going to start some organization. So, starting something as a boss, as the owner, is important to develop a country's economy, right? So it's important thing that we have to do. under vocational guidance, training students for their entrepreneurships, right? Right. Okay, now we discussed why vocational guidance is important, how can we contribute to vocational guidance, what are the functions, what are the objectives in vocational guidance, how does it work, right? Now we will see, right, what are the approaches, what are the strategies in vocational guidance. All those things we discussed, how can we do, right? What are the ways that we can do that, right? So we can organize different types of programs. Basically, we do through guidance, we through like when we have counseling service, counseling unit schools, right? That counselor, that counseling committee, that unit is responsible for this organizing these things related to careers, right? So for that, right, they can do different things like having career corners. Career corners means here like whenever there is an event in school or institutions or outside school, if there is a big event, carnival, fair, exhibition, right, we can establish a career corner inside that, right? Giving information, discussing with students, right? Conducting some interviews, right? Even we can get some like resource persons or industry people to give internships through interviews, right? So career corners to give information to about careers, having a stall for that, right? And career conferences we can like as a separate event we can organize career conferences. Through that conferences we can give lots of information through speeches, through discussions, all right? We can give informations as well as we can motivate children for different careers, even like for entrepreneurships, and we can help them to understand their capabilities and interests through conferences. Career talks are also small talks with people, with individuals who needs kind of guidance about careers. So whatever they want to discuss, right? There should be like resource persons, professionals who know about careers in different fields in this kind of career talks, right? Industrial visits, we can arrange industrial visits for children and take them outside industries and show them. Then they will get motivated, they will know about jobs, they will get some idea about that job, they will understand the risks, competition, right? Skills necessary, right? Knowledge necessary, industrial cultures, all those things they can understand through industrial visits, right? Simulated interviews, we do these things like not the real interview. Sometimes we do simulated interviews to prepare them for future interviews, future job interviews, how to face an interview, how to give answers, how to face, how to talk, introduce themselves, right? Mock interviews we can prepare, simulated interviews, not the real interview, but they will get some idea, they will train for future interviews through this kind of interviews. And vocational counseling, directly we can give consultation, counseling, guidance with conversations and discussions, with like several sessions, about vocations, about to even to clear their doubts, confusions, right? Here some career corners in events we can like arrange a small career corner, career conference in large scale with resource persons, small career talks with relevant resource persons, industrial visits, go and see the industries to understand what they have to do in that particular industry. Vocational interviews may be real interviews. simulated interviews, mock interviews, simulated counseling. Sometimes simulated counseling is not the real counseling. We arrange some counseling sessions, right, to discuss some things related to vocations, and others can watch that and get some idea, right? Right. So these are the strategies we discussed. These are the methods, ways that we can use in vocational guidance. Right. Now let's see. Vocational guidance is a service. There are principles and methods in vocational guidance. Right. We already discussed the methods and strategies of vocational guidance. Even we discussed some principles under functions. Right. Now I'm going to tell you like categorize vocational guidance services, right? I told you that as functions we have to give informations. So then it's an information service, occupational information service, right? What are the information that we give through this service? We let them to know the importance of an occupation, nature of the work, work conditions, rules, regulations, work culture, personal qualities needed for that job, how to prepare for that job, information about preparations, information about opportunities, advancement, how to promote it, be promoted through that particular job, right? Compensations, what they get, what they maybe as allowances, their salaries, bonus, all these things they should know about an occupation. So that is occupational information service, right? Given under vocational guidance, right? We are breaking down now the services inside vocational guidance. One thing, giving information, we call that occupational information service. So under that service, here see you can see some methods of giving information. Right? We have to give information regarding the occupation. We call that occupational information service. Right? How can we give information? Right? First of all, in our guidance and counseling, especially vocational guidance unit, if there is a like special separate one, if not in counseling unit, right, we have to gather information, we have to keep record informations, right? So these information we can show with posters, we can give pamphlets, right, handbills, even we can include the information in books and magazines, in newspapers, right? Even the workers can be source of information. Through conversations, we can get the information from the workers, right? That is one way of getting information or giving information. And also inside classrooms, what do we do to give information? We can select a job and we can talk about that. We can do debates about that. We can discuss about the advantages and disadvantages of an occupation, right? Through that, we can develop some insight about that occupation among children, right? And dramatization, like role plays, dramas, we can show what happens in some occupational settings, like what is the role of a teacher, what is the role of a doctor, engineer, right? What is the situation in a workplace. These things we can show through dramas and role plays to give information about that workplaces. Oral reports to the class, like presentations, oral reports, we can ask students themselves to find occupational information and present them orally, right? Even written reports, right? We can study and write down reports, find reports about occupations. Even we can assign students to write reports about occupation. To that also they collect information by themselves and write reports, then we can share them with others to give information. Right? That's how we collect information related to occupations. Right? That is one service I explained, the occupational information service. Then the second one, the self-inventory service. What is self-inventory? Inventories are like records. We keep information in inventories, right? So, self-inventory means we let the students to explore and record, right? Then they explore by them, right? They can explore what are the subjects in schools, and, right? They can explore the occupational opportunities in the community. They can explore the business occupation, right? All the things related to different fields like industries, household arts, right? We can let them to find information, explore and find information and keep the records. That is very good way to let them to get information, right? So we use this strategy in vocational guidance as a service. We call that self-inventory service, right? Self-inventory service, like letting them to collect data and record. We call them inventories, right? And another service, the personal data collecting service. What are personal data? They are general data. In the introduction, I told you that when there is a counseling unit, when they are coming for new school, university, from the counseling unit, we collect data. We give a form to fill. In that form, there are places to fill, to know general data, physical data, psychological data, right? So what are the personal data? We can categorize them as general data, information about their hometown, their names, birthdays, those things. Contact details, physical data, information about the person's health and physical characteristics. Right? We should know that too, because when we find a job or placement for them, we have to think about their physical characteristics too, right? Psychological data, information concerning the individual's mental characteristics. Psychologically, whether the individual has any mental health issues, whether his personality is good, right? Psychologically stable, emotionally stable, these things, this information, right? And then social environment information concerning. So these are personal data, right? Personal data. Then also we have to collect social environment data, right? About their social environment, family background, education of even sometimes family members, right? Economical status, all these things, social environment data. And achievement data, information about that individual's achievements, right? Maybe educational achievements, right? Some achievements in extracurricular sports, in events organizing, like achievements, right? Qualifications, achievements, right? Data concerning the individual's educational and vocational plans, their own, they must have their own individual educational and vocational plan, right? Sometimes we might change that through our vocational guidance. However, we should know their own individual educational and vocational plan, right? Sometimes they may think about masters, PhDs, right, related to kind of subject, right? So their idea about that, their future plans, we should know.
Madam, actually, could you show me for 5 seconds earlier one, please, madam?
Sure. We are talking about data we collect in vocational guidance service, right? Data information service, data collecting service right? So we collect different types of data.
Okay, madam.
We can
Okay.
uh, we
Great.
can
Okay.
categorize data like this.
Human
Right.
test.
Okay. Now, right, when we talk about personality characteristics, social environment, achievements, and plans, right? Why do we collect those data, right? Because these personality traits can be significantly influence on their vocational plan, right? That's why we
Personality
collect.
characteristics, social
Person,
environment, achievements.
yeah, all
Personality.
the personality traits. They are like the characteristics they have in their personality, right? They are important, right? Like personality factors like drive. Drive means their interest, desires, emotional stability, right? There are some individuals who are very emotional, who can't manage their emotions, right? So we can change them somehow. But however, we have to know about their personality factors, right? Initiative, right? Whether they can initiate something. There are some people who cannot initiate something. There are some people who cannot organize something, right? Initiation is the most difficult thing in any individual, actually. Even we are also like that, right? People are like lazy to initiate something. But there are some people who are very interested in initiating, organizing. So, based on their initiative abilities, organizing abilities, again we can think about their future jobs, even their ambition, their own idea about their future job, their own interest, right? Personal disposition, they have their different personal characteristics and positions, right? There are introvert people, extrovert people, likewise, right? So these personality factors will be influence on their selection, preference of job, and their desires and all, right? We have to consider about those things in uh, vocational guidance. Here are some personality tests. No need to like remember all these things. If we have time, I'm going to talk about like two types of test methods and non-test methods. In test methods, we will go through some tests. There are different types of personality tests when you search from any website, Google or any other AI tool, right? You may find lots of personality tests, right? So these are some examples. We can we can test individuals for trustworthiness, right? For will temperament, right? Likewise, we do some kind of inventories test to understand people's personality while choosing a job vocational path for them. Social environment data. I'm explaining these things, right? Given here, right? As in, I'm explaining in detail the same thing, right? Social environment data. Already I told you, right? About home, family background, right? Associated people, peers. Then data about their achievements, entrance to college, degree program they desired, occupations they desired, necessary preparation for that, right? Social environment data, right? We talked about, we are talking about services. See, what are the services we discussed here? Sorry, discussed occupational information service. Under that, we collect information, right? Then self inventory service also we discussed. Then personal data collecting service. Under that, we collect different types of data, general data, physical data, psychological data, social environment data, human data. All these data are explaining here in detail. Personal data. For that, we do personality test, then social environmental data, right? Then I came to this slide. This is another service under guidance, vocational guidance, vocational counseling service, right? That is the ultimate part, right? Giving vocational counseling whenever needed, right? So under vocational guidance, right? Under vocational guidance, we talked about how to prepare the individual for future vocation, right? Counseling services, um, it is not just giving vocational advice, right? Here we help them to follow the correct pathway, right? Whenever they need to make decisions about vocation, right? Helping them, giving advices them, discussing with them, right? Sometimes when they are having problems in working place, helping them through counseling. Why do we need vocational counseling service? Sometimes, right, people even committed suicide because of workload, work stress in working places. So in those points, in those occasions, if we can give vocational counseling service, right, there are always available vocational counseling services for people. If the individuals knows whenever they need vocational counseling, right, then they will get that and get relaxed. They may change their jobs or whatever. Lots of things there are to do rather than committing suicide, right? So we have to promote children, promote individuals for vocational counseling services, right? That is important. And then next service is vocational preparatory services. Preparation, for the preparation. Preparation before employment, preparation in connection with employment, preparation for change of employment. Three types of preparation. Basically in schools, in universities, we do preparation before employment. Even in pre-service teacher education, like in colleges of education, when people do a bachelor of education programs before become teachers, that is preparation before employment begins, right? After they started a job, right, in connection with that job, there are some preparations, right? Even internship, sometimes it is like before employment, sometimes like teachers coming from colleges of education, they go to the school, right? They are preparing in connection with employment, right? We can explain in different ways, right? So even people who get jobs within their probation period, that is also preparation in connection with employment. Internships also in industries we can take as preparation in connection with employment, right? Preparation before one, like having theoretical knowledge, skills and attitudes, right? Preparation in connection maybe like internships, probation periods. And also, there should be a preparation for change of employment. Most of the people don't know that they can change the job. That's why they stuck to that and like stressed out and get depression and even committed suicide, right? So even we can prepare people for change of employment if they are not satisfied, if the salary is even not good, if they are stressed out, if they don't like that job, if they have problems with other, like there are narcissistic people, right? Toxic people, even in the job places. If they can't tolerate, then they have to decide whether they change the employment or whether they tolerate the situation. So sometimes, yes, we have to change employment. For that also, again, we have to prepare for the change. If we go to different field, right, leaving that present job, then we have to prepare for the different field. Likewise, we have to prepare for changing employment. That is also service given by guidance, vocational guidance.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Actually, this is something else. The thing what I'm going to tell you, actually, there are some teachers who are not interested in teaching, but they just teach. They get the
Yeah.
appointment and they teach. So in this case, what will actually happen in the future is the child will be spoiled actually because of their methodology of teaching. I have seen the
Hmm.
interview in the actually in the interview, not interview, just for a discussion, right? So there,
Hmm.
one teacher stood up and he told us that he is not interested in teaching. Unwillingly, he
Hmm.
came to the teaching, and he is
Hmm.
doing hereafter. He has to get trained for teaching. So I have
Hmm.
found 4 or 5 teachers like this.
Hmm. Of course. Even I have heard, right? Even in those interviews in colleges of education, some individuals tell that they don't like this job, but because they don't have any other option, because they haven't selected for universities, they came, right? So it's very wrong actually. So through vocational guidance, then we have to change their idea. If they don't like, they should not come to especially a job like teaching. It's a profession, it's a service, noble profession, and you are working with children, so you have a big responsibility. If the teacher is not desired, not preferred to that job, right, the intentions of that job, that profession will not be achieved, right? So it is very wrong to have that kind of decisions. So through vocational guidance, yes, that's another thing that we have to tell, we have to teach to our future generations at least, not to select a job that they don't like. Then they can't committed to dedicated to that job, they will be not satisfied. So it will be affect on the children when it is teaching. Yes, you are really correct. So yeah, we have to change. Sometimes maybe because of the like status, social status, salaries, right? Due to some reasons, some people don't like that job, right? So one thing that we can do, we can change attitudes as well. We can make some privileges for teaching profession to make it more attractive one. Then the people who like, even on the other side, some people they like teaching, but they don't come to teaching profession because of low salary, low social status, low privileges, right? Both things will happen, right? So to attract good people, good individuals, talented individuals to this job, then we have to make a higher culture, higher status for this job, right? So when we take students who get low marks from A level, we take for the colleges of education, they feel like it's not the good job, but what to do? There is no other option, therefore we have to go. So it's a bad attitude. So we have to change all the things in the context like policies and our regulations, all right, selection methods and all these things, even the social status, salaries, right? All these things we have to change to make the teaching more professional and privileged and esteemed job, right? So it is about teaching. Actually, for each and every job, it's like that, right? If someone get like, just think about doctor, Nishan. If someone get the job of
Yes, ma'am.
doctor, yeah, same thing happens, no? Patients will suffer because that person doesn't have any empathy, right? Not kind, right? Not understand others, only for social status and salary and like push of their parents, they became doctors, right? Then it will be a problem again. Yes, that's why we need to give that vocational guidance to our children from their childhood to select the correct pathway, right? there are some messages asking for 3 and 4 PPTs that I'm explaining right now. So I have shared with the university, but in the afternoon, right? So they will definitely share it tomorrow morning. I have shared them in this chat box too, right? Right. So, yeah. So, preparation before employment, I explained, right? Before employment, giving them knowledge, attitudes, and skills related to job. In connection with employment, like in probation periods, we supervise them, we give more trainings and orientations, right? We help them to develop their skills, knowledge, and attitudes further toward the job. Likewise, preparation in connection with employment. When it comes to teaching, preparation before employment is pre-service teacher education. Preparation in connection with employment is in-service teacher education, right? Preparation for change whenever they don't have the preferred conditions, they are not satisfied, then they have to make changes. For that, they need kind of guidance. Another service in vocational guidance, placement service. You know already, placement service in schools and universities and institutions, we find placements. That's what I told, that we have to keep connections with industries and different occupational places to find placement. You know, in universities, our counselors, student affairs units, right, guidance unit, counseling unit, they are always trying to find placements for our students, right? So that is a service that we should give through uh, give under vocational guidance, right? For that, we have to have linkages with different agencies, right? And then we have to select suitable individuals based on the information we collected. That's why we collect information about individuals. So we have to like match the information of individual with the information of the particular places, and then we can give the placements, right? So that is all about vocational guidance. Right now we are going to do the vocationalization. It is very small, easy part, right, related to the same topic, right? Just have 1 minute, I will share the PPT and then start, right? I'll be starting in 1 minute. All right, students, we will start the next part. It is about vocationalization. Hope I'm sharing, right? Let's see what is this vocationalization. Now we talked about vocational guidance, right? Already we know the meaning of vocation, right? It is like vocation means, as I told you in the previous one, individuals' development of talents and abilities in the choice and enjoyment of a career. That is the basic idea of vocation, right? So for that we give guidance, right? So vocationalization is integrating vocational education, right, for individuals, right? In vocational guidance, I told you that one thing, one principle, one service is preparing the individual for the vocation. So we prepare through vocational education, right? We give kind of education related to a vocation, right? So basically, we do this vocational education separately in vocational schools, right? And sometimes, even with the same major curriculum, we give kind of vocational education. There are two ways to give vocational education. Vocationalization is giving vocational education, right? Preparing individuals for the vocation through education. That is the basic idea, right? So when we want to give specific skills related to a industry or any other agency or organization, to give that specific skills, right, we have to establish vocational schools. That is one concept, one way of giving vocational education, right? In those kind of vocational schools, there are expertise in different fields related to the vocation, right? Maybe in technology, skills, scientific techniques, and whatever the field that we have to develop in individuals, there are expertise in those agencies, those institutions to develop individuals, right? So then what is vocationalization according to UNESCO, we will see, right? So we can say this is UNESCO definition, vocational education, vocationalization. It's a comprehensive term, right? Embracing those aspects of the educational process involving, in addition to general education, the study of technologies and related sciences and the acquisition of practical skills, attitudes, understanding, and knowledge relating to occupation in the various sectors of economic and social life. Right? If I tell simply, it's a process giving education related to a vocation. Related to a vocation, we have to develop skills, attitudes, and practical skills, and technical skills, and understanding, knowledge, right? Related kind of occupation. Giving that kind of education is we call vocationalization or vocational education, right? It's like something here mentioned in addition to general education. In general education, what do we teach? Now just think about primary education. In primary education, we don't give special vocational education. Generally, we teach them whatever they needed in that age level. Then even in secondary education, we don't differentiate. We don't separate them based on the jobs. Generally, we give all the common subjects, general subjects to get knowledge, right? But in A-level section, we may like give them opportunity to select subject streams based on their future jobs, right? So they are also basically in Sri Lanka, we give just theoretical knowledge, just take science. We just teach them science knowledge. It will be a foundation for their future vocation, but not the particular skills, practical skills related to a vocation. But science is based for their future jobs related to science, right? But in vocational education, it's not like that. In addition to that general education, we give knowledge, attitudes, and skills related to a particular vocation, right? Why do we need this vocationalization? One thing, to achieve economic development of a country. As a country, we need economic development. You know, now in our country, we always blame that we don't get skillful citizens from general education system for vocations. We don't prepare individuals for jobs, right? So it's a problem, economical problem in a country, right? If you don't develop workforce through general education, right, we don't get uh, skillful people for jobs, right? It will be badly affected on our economy, right? So if we have vocational education separately, right, for the individuals who completed general education, for the individual who wants to prepare for jobs parallel to general education, for individuals who drop out from general education, we can organize some kind of vocational education, right? When we prepare all the people, all the individuals for future jobs based on their needs and desires and abilities, then we can achieve the economic development of the country. That is one reason that we have to develop vocationalization. And for making secondary education a self-sufficient cause. I told you that in secondary education, in junior secondary education, we don't much emphasize on vocational education. But in senior secondary education, we concern about vocational education to some extent, right? If we develop that to more than that, right, then we can make secondary education self-sufficient. That means like through secondary education itself, if the children can find a job, if the children can prepare for jobs, it will be self-sufficient for them, right? So vocationalization, adding vocational education to higher secondary education is something that we can do under vocationalization. For solving the problem of unemployment among the educated, that is like obviously we know, right? Although our people, our students get good passes and degrees, if although they complete their qualifications, they don't get jobs because we focus on the same jobs. Most of the people, most of the individuals focus on the same job. Therefore, there is a competition for the same job. But in some fields, we don't have people, skillful people to recruit in some fields, right? So if we understand and understand differences among children, different needs, different capabilities of children, and let them to learn for future vocations, right? We can solve this problem of unemployment because then they will go through different fields if we direct them through vocationalization. So including vocational education to our education system, right, we can solve this problem, right? Through vocational education, we prepare them for different jobs, right? Then for meeting varying aptitudes, interests, and talents of students. Yeah, when we do vocational education, we find there are different talents, interests, and aptitudes. That is a basic concept in vocational guidance too, right? When we add vocational education, when we develop career skills through general education, then again we can understand their talents, interest, and aptitude, and based on that we can give the guidance and we can find the pathways for them. Right. Why there are advantages of vocational education, right? Here, vocationalization, you have to understand this first, right? Vocationalization or vocational education is including vocational education to the general education or doing vocational education parallel to the general education, right? So advantages are shorter duration, right? When we have vocational education in our schools, right? While they are completing their school education, they will be qualified for jobs too within shorter duration. If we wait until they finish 13 years and then if we send them to vocational schools separately, then again they have to stay there for like again 1, 3 to 4 years, and so altogether all period of education will be longer, right? So advantage is shorten the duration, lesser cost. Yes, when we are having vocational education inside school itself, right? With same buildings, with same resources, sometimes with same teachers if we have, right? With same management, right? We can complete that vocational education. Therefore, we can complete it with low cost, right? Hands-on experience. While having theoretical knowledge, general education, we may give hands-on experiences to children within that education. It's a good thing, it's an advantage. Labor market outcome. When they come out from schools and institutions, they are already prepared for jobs, right? So we get that outcome for the labor market. Career-minded education. While they are learning, while the students learn, they have some idea about their future careers, right? When it is included, when the vocationalization is included in general education, that means we give the attitudes as well for their careers. So it is career-minded education. It will be helpful to adjust to future careers for the individuals. These are the advantages. Now let's see, disadvantages are also there, right? When we are including vocational education to our general education, right? Actually, vocationalization means we combine general education with vocational education, right? So there are disadvantages too. Limited flexibility, right? We have to complete general education while giving vocational education too, right? So we can't be flexible to give more practical work, to send them to industry work, because we have to even complete the general curriculums, general subjects. So flexibility is limited in vocationalization, right? When the both things happens together, flexibility is limited, right? When it is happening outside the school as separate vocational schools, it is easy to handle, right? Flexible, we can add enough practical work like that, right? And on cost, although as advantage I told that lesser cost, but sometimes you see, right, if we combine vocational education to general education, same teachers cannot do the subjects in vocational education. We have to hire people from outside, right? Even we need more facilities, more technologies, to develop their skills, right? For that, we have to add separate cost to our general education system. Wrong attitude. That means, right, when we do general education, we always think about child's all-round development, right? We can focus on their all-round development. We can focus on value education, character development, moral education. But when we include vocational education to the same education system, right? We always prepare them for the vocation. They may get wrong attitude of education, right? It is just for their future vocations, right? Likewise, wrong attitudes are getting wrong attitudes is another disadvantage. Dearth of institutions, right? Like we don't have enough institutions, right? We don't have enough even facilities. That is also a problem, right? That is also a problem in vocational education, right? And also when it comes to curriculums, curriculums, if we only do general education, we have flexibility, we have room to include whatever we want to include in our general curriculum. But when it comes to vocationalization, curriculum may made in different ways, like with the intentions of developing vocational skills, right? We have to remove some parts in general education and include some vocational educational parts. So the curriculum will be narrowed down, right? Unsuitable medium of instruction. Yeah, sometimes in schools, right, as the medium we use will not be aligned with the vocation, right? Now, when they pass out from the school, when they go to various vocational institutions, they learn with the appropriate medium, maybe English medium, right? So when it is inside the school, we have to use the mediums that we use in general education. Lack of continuous education. If we have like vocational education separately, we continue, we can do it for long time period, but it
Madam,
is limited.
excuse me, round peg in a square hole. Round peg
Sorry.
in a square hole. It's a mismatch of education. Round peg, PEG peg in a square hole. So square
Yeah.
is mismatch of education.
Mismatch of education, of course. Yes.
Round
That is,
peg in a square hole.
yeah.
The, the peg is round, the square is
It's
square.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can't fix that to that hole.
Yes,
We
madam,
can't
we can't fix it. Yeah, we
fix.
can't fix it. Round
Fix.
peg in a square hole.
Yes. That is the thing happens in our education system
Yeah.
actually, no? Yeah.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah.
The peg is round, but the shape of it is square. So
Yeah.
mismatch of education. It's an idiom.
Mismatch of education. Yes. Thank you. Good idea. Yeah, that is also another problem that we have in our education system, right? So, however, then although there are disadvantages, although there are some problems in vocationalization, however, we have to prepare our children for vocations. Maybe through vocational education with general education, maybe with separate educational institutions, we have to prepare them. Right? Just think about like vocationalization can be done actually, right? Now, in 13 years guaranteed school education program, that under that reform, there are lots of subjects related to different vocations, right? If we have developed this properly, having subjects in schools, having expertise teachers to teach, having opportunities for skill development in industries. We can develop that through that reform also we can develop, or else we have to make some changes in our education system through reforms, even through policies, right? However, we have to promote vocationalization. We have to overcome these disadvantages using some strategies, and we have to use vocationalization in education, right? So these are some ways and means of vocationalization, right? uh, to develop vocationalization, we can do vocational surveys, right? So through surveys, we can understand the gaps, right? We can realize the problems, we can get the feedbacks, right? We can know about the improvements that we have to make through vocational surveys. Starting of new schools in rural areas. Sometimes there are rural areas, they have specific vocations. Just think about agriculture, right? Agricultural areas. Sometimes we have like wrong attitude that education is only for like cool jobs. Even if we develop education systems to have kind of vocations. One second. To develop kind of vocations in agricultural fields, giving prestigious social status to those kind of jobs too, right? Then for the people who like to do that particular jobs, we can establish new schools, institutions. Just think about 40 factories, areas in those kind of jobs, for those kind of jobs, right? For paddy fields, right? Farming, right? All for all these different types of jobs, we have to develop schools, vocational schools separately related to the job. We can find the places, find the locations. And counseling and placement, that is what we basically do in career guidance units, through career guidance units, right? While giving placements and giving advice, and letting them to choose correct subjects, and, right? Facilitating them for them to improve their performance, we have to give counseling. And through curriculum and textbooks also, we can change the situation, right? Including practical work to curriculums, right? Including hands-on activities, right? Including vocational subjects in the curriculums, we can make some change in promote vocationalization through curriculums and textbooks. Apprenticeship and recruitment, right? Programs for them, arranging programs for them to, if they haven't, if the individuals haven't complete their education related to a vocation through schools, then we can promote them for higher education for vocation, right? Even we can include something in our higher secondary level for vocations, right? Especially like in our senior secondary level, we can add something for vocationalization. Right, let's see some available vocational schools, right? In Sri Lanka, what are the vocational schools? There are technical colleges, right? There are vocational schools. There are some academies for vocational education. There are states vocational institutions as well as private career schools, right? There are some vocational courses given by some institutions, maybe 2-year, 1-year courses, right? Also from NGOs, there are vocational schools, vocational institutions, right? So I have added one self-work to find out vocational subjects in junior secondary education in Sri Lanka and vocational subjects in senior secondary education in Sri Lanka. Maybe not directly we call them vocational subjects, but you can find if they are related with the kind of job, then you can take them as vocational subjects and uh, separate them like uh, from other subjects, other secular subjects. You have to select whether they are vocational subjects or not, right? Find them. You may do it at home, right? We don't have time now. And also vocational subjects in tertiary education in Sri Lanka. There are lots of vocational subjects now, right? Even for this senior secondary education, if you take the 13 years guaranteed education reform, in that you can find lots of subjects, right? Although all the subjects are not in each and every school, but you find it, right? Find all the subjects. In tertiary education, in universities, there are lots of subjects to do. There are lots of subjects related to vocations. So in Sri Lanka, as vocational institutions, Ministry of Education, Tertiary and Vocational, Tertiary and Vocational Education Commission, TVEC, Vocational Training Authority, VTA, National Apprenticeship and Industrial Training Authority, NITA, you may have heard, Sri Lanka German Training Institute, German Technical Training Institute, and also there are 33 colleges of technology and technical colleges island-wide for vocational education. We call them training centers, right? You may find more agencies, there may be new ones established.
Madam.
So, yes? Yes. Nishan, what did you want to say? Yes, Nishan. Speak. Nothing, right? If you want to talk, you can speak, right? So here's the last slide. Problem areas in present vocational and training system, right? Although we try to give vocational education to secondary education, high dropout rate of secondary education before they come to A-level section after O-level, most of the children dropped out, right? That's why we brought that uh, 13 years guaranteed school education reform, right? Then, although they fail in some subjects, they can continue education within these 13 years, and there are lots of subjects, right? So, that is how we try to stop that dropping out. However, there is a high dropout rate in secondary education. So, without any vocational education, any preparation for future jobs, individuals, students drop out from schools and they just, uh, roam here and there without having a job. So they are addicted to anti-behaviors, antisocial behaviors. They are addicted to drugs, right? So girls marry early, right? They get unwanted pregnancies. They then, without maturity, when they get married, both girls and boys, they face lots of challenges. They don't know how to handle family life, how to um, like manage their life with their economical backgrounds. They face lots of challenges. So it's a good thing to stop dropping out and prepare them. Without preparation for vocations, if we let them to go outside of school, it will be a big problem to a country, to the society, as for those who drop out, for those individuals themselves, right? And also enrollment in 11th and 12th grade of vocational education, that is also a problem, right? Like suddenly they can't get without any background. If they try to get the vocational education, it is also a problem. Employers want employees with good academic skills, not just vocational skills. When we emphasize on, when we focus on vocational education, we may forget about academic skills. That is also again problem, right? So it is very carefully we have to combine general education and vocational education. We should give good academic skills along with vocational skills. And private and industry participation lacking. Therefore, we can't get support from industry for practical knowledge, training of children. Present regulations are very rigid. Yeah, there are rigid regulations that not flexible for vocational education. Lack of experience and trained teachers. Obviously, when we don't have trained teachers, although there are lots of subjects in curriculum, right, we can't teach them. Vocationalization at all level is not possible. Yes, just think about primary level. Can we, like, although we have to promote them for vocations from their childhood, it is hard to vocationalize in primary level, right? We have to teach them lots of things rather than vocational skills, right? So we can't mm, apply it for all levels. No clear policy of vocational education. That is also another problem, right? It is not compulsory. We have to like make some policies to make it compulsory to give all the students vocational education before they go outside the society, right? So we have to make some policies,
Is there
right?
a
So
question of mine to ask? So,
yeah, Nisha, did you tell something? Nothing, right? Didn't hear
students
clearly.
who drop out in
Students from dropout, yes, dropping out students mostly after O levels, right? So when they drop out after O levels, they are not prepared for vocations. They haven't they haven't received any vocational education. Did you ask about that? So that's all about vocational guidance I included in these two PPTs. It is enough for you, right? However, as teachers, you should know vocational guidance is something very important. If I summarize, vocational guidance is like preparing individuals before get the job, after get the job, as well as when they needed in a change of a job. In all these occasions, they need guidance, counseling, we call that vocational guidance. Basically, as teachers, we prepare children for future jobs, helping them to choose their subjects, to get relevant knowledge, skills, and attitudes toward their future job, right? To give them skills, practical skills, connection with industries, and also finding placements and internships for them, right? So these are the things basically done by vocational guidance. Any questions? If you have any questions or if you want to share any experience, now it's time.
Ma'am, did you share this second PPT also with us?
Yes, in chat box I shared, also I shared with the university.
If you don't mind, can you share it again, ma'am, in the chat box, please?
Chat box. Okay. Second one, fourth one, right?
Yeah, this one, ma'am, which you're currently sharing.
Yeah,
This
sure.
PPT.
Okay. I'm sharing the PDF of the PPT, thinking that PPTs sometimes you can't open. Second, right? I'm sharing. I shared, right? Hope you received.
Yes, ma'am. I can see it now. Thank you.
Right now, we will meet in next month, right? Next month means not so far, right? After this festival time, then we will meet in, they will, university will inform you the dates, right? So within like another 4 sessions, we have to complete all the syllabus. Even I will try to do like some, however, although we cannot discuss, I will share some questions, right? With you. Okay, students, then thank you everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.